Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at KLM, Runway 06, used for arrivals today. Air China cargo. They're getting ready to unload it. Landed earlier. It's a windy day, and for some reason, even though it is only blowing with 14 knots, it feels substantially more. It's a nice sunny day. The wind is blowing in the direction of the runway heading. We are standing along runway 06, so headwind for the pilots landing. It is okay. Ceiling and visibility are okay. I will show you the big picture in a moment. 16 degrees C, expected to climb to in the 20s. More sunshine expected later in the day, and the wind is expected to stay in the northeasterly corner all throughout the day, with the wind picking up a little bit as the day progresses, but the gusts will decrease and increase again overnight. Current runway use is like so, similar to yesterday. We're standing over here at the beginning of KLM, where all the arrivals from the east will arrive later. Runway 36 right is expected to serve as secondary runway for arrivals. This is the secondary runway for departures. Primary runway is Polderbaan. So that's what's going to happen today. Upcoming runway use expectations as it was yesterday, similar to yesterday. We're awaiting a 747 from KLM Cargo, expected round 136, and I'm also sticking out for LATAM Cargo flight 1506, which today will be flown by Javier, who reached out to me via Instagram earlier this week. He will be the pilot flying from Miami to Amsterdam, so it would be nice if I could catch his landing. He's arriving from the west, so he will be landing on KLM, so used to saying Polderbaan. The Emirates A380 in standard livery is expected around 1:30. That is probably going to land on runway 36 right, which between 1 and 2 will be open for arrivals as secondary runway. So yeah, that's what's in store for today. Showtime. Good morning to everybody who has joined already. See that Austrian Wolf, Marissa and Marja are already present of the Blue Squad. Jendrosek and a lot of other members already there. Marianne, Richard, good morning everybody. Let's have a look at what is coming in next. This is Air Serbia arriving from Belgrade, A319. 2 hours 7 minutes on the way, 20-year-old airplane, first flight August 2004. The airplane behind it is a 777-200 United Airlines flight 968 arriving from San Francisco. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Martin, goedemorgen. Sven, goedemorgen. Saw that Ricardo was also already in the chat. Goedemorgen, Ricardo. And a happy Saturday to all. Good morning, Andre. Waiting for some rare Embraers. Well, I think you're going to be lucky. After the 777, I see an Embraer 190 arriving from Prague that is coming closer by. So looks like you won't be joining. Have to wait for long. Jillard, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Yeah, there it is. the glide slope. Hey there Calvin, Matthijs, Chef VR, Blackburst, Marco, goedemorgen. Richard, goedemorgen. Richard en Lucas. Yo, Belgian Queen is in the house. Morgen Lise. Hey there Emil. Jan, Craig, good morning. Hendrik, Robert, morning all. United flight 968 777-200 arriving from San Francisco, 9 hours and 45 minutes on her way. She's 27 years old and hails from 1997 now. What a lovely year that is. Not as good as 1982, but it's getting close. Henrik, goedemorgen. Matthijs, morgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. Hey there Joey, goedemorgen. Bear with me, good morning. Michael, good morning. Doing well indeed. Bit windy. The meter says it's only 14 knots. I beg to differ. It does feel like a bit more windy than that, but we'll see. We'll see. We're not going to get blown away that easily. Takes very special circumstances to get me blown away. It can happen. Now, Andre, Embraer 190, a rare Embraer coming our way, especially for you. Especially for you. Right now, Kaagbaan is the only runway being used for arrivals. I'm expecting between 11 and 11:40 that 36 right is also going to be used again for arrivals, as will be the case between 1 and 2 p.m. local time. You will find the local time in the bottom left corner of your screen. Okay, Jeffrey. No, wait, me myself says 17 knots according to flight radar. Okay, so probably a new meter already came out just now. One from 5 to the hour. And no, Lisa, I will not sing anymore. I will save you the discomfort. KLM flight 1352 arriving from Prague, the Czech Republic. Embraer 190, 1 hour 12 minutes underway. 15-year-old airplane. It's the Feezy, P-H-E-Z-E. Feezy come, Feezy go. First flight of this airplane was in June 2009. No, Hendrik, it is not. Which is why I will refrain from doing more. Me myself asks, where are the ducks? Well, they're in the water, obviously, but I haven't seen any. Ducks are notorious night owls and are known not to get up before 12. Which is something I might have to use as inspiration because I'm a chronic undersleeper. Hey there, Chris. Good morning. Oh, tuning in from very sunny Manchester. Not just sunny, but very sunny. Hopefully not as windy as it is over here. Now, yesterday I was dressed too warm. Now with the prevailing wind, I am dressed too cold. Shorts and t-shirt only. So I hope that the temperature will climb and the wind will decrease a little bit. Croatia Airlines Flight 450 is what we are looking at, an A319 arriving from Zagreb in the Czech Republic. 1 hour 37 minutes underway. It's the 9A CTN. It's 12 years old. First flight was in March 2012. Oh yeah, there is a Cargolux 747 taxiing out. Don't be afraid to tag at AMS Live when you're giving information like that. In that case, my name will pop up red in the chat and I will see your messages a bit better. Or at least there's a higher likelihood. Good morning, Ari, Kelly, Willem, and all others who have joined in the meantime. Just Play Nuts, good morning. Hope all is well. There's a Chinese triple arriving from Chongqing, which will be, looks like it's going to be number 3. There's also a 777-300 arriving from Johannesburg, KLM, now flying to the north, just north of The Hague. Vaguely visible are the lights of Air France flight 1444. A320 arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Let's have a quick look at the meter. If it has increased already to 17 knots, then we might have to update the ticker. Yeah, 17 knots. A few clouds at 2,200 feet. Monique, question. Tomorrow a friend of yours is leaving for Calgary with KLM flight 677 at 12:30. Can you please film it? Let's see. I was planning on going to Polderban tomorrow. Well, it depends, Monique. With the wind blowing from the east, I'm not sure if Polderban will be used for departures or for arrivals. Probably in the morning with a northerly component, it will be used for departures to the north. In that case, I might be able to film it. It is switching further to southeast more southeastish later in the day, and then the runway might be used again for arrival. So I am planning on going to Polderban tomorrow, so I'm hoping I might be able to film it, but I cannot guarantee anything just yet. If I'm there, obviously I will be able to capture it, no worries. Air France, Air Baguette, flight 1444, arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle, A320. We have 2 consecutive 777s now next. Morning Bill, morning Panufat. Good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. Mark, good morning. Next up, China Southern Cargo, arriving from Chongqing. 777 freighter. Ten hours and 16 minutes on the way from China to the Netherlands. A 1-year-old airplane, first flight March 2023. The airplane behind it, KLM flight 592 777-300ER, which is arriving from Johannesburg in South Africa. Alright, now this airplane is more than likely going to park right here where all the Chinese cargo airplanes are. The 747 is getting unloaded now. Just check out, there's a guy on the right, just how high and massive these cargo units are. And consider that the whole platform is filled with stacks of them. Quite insane. Next up, the number 8 on flight radar. KLM flight 592 777-300ER, arriving from Johannesburg. 10 hours 19 minutes underway. The PH-BVS, 7-year-old airplane. First flight February 2017. Hey there Mark, goedemorgen. Martino, good morning. Hans, goedemorgen. Hans Olaf, good morning. Eddie, goedemorgen, good morning. Adi, goedemorgen. Jarno, Jacco, good morning one and all. Happy Saturday. And there we have the Chinese triple that is taxiing to its parking. In the vicinity of the Air China 747. Hadi Piet, goedemorgen. Rise of a Duck, good morning, goedemorgen. Now it's time for some narrow bodies with KLM Malta Airlines next. Arriving from, you guessed it, Malta, A320neo. The A320neo has been flying for 2 hours and 42 minutes to get here so far. The 9H neck. MEC, 4 years old, first flight September 2019. Hey there Andy, good morning. E2 Embraer 195 behind it. KLM flight 1772 arriving from Berlin. Third airplane on the glide slope, although I don't think it is visible just yet. Would be an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Gatwick. Hey there Greenlight, good morning. Lee, good evening mate. Hope you've had a good day. Welcome back, one and all. Happy Saturday. Okay, Malta, flight 394 arriving from Malta. Hey Sander, goedemorgen. Abhishek, good morning. Captain Harry, good morning. All others who've joined in the meantime. Arjan, goedemorgen. Hope all is well with everybody. It is a nice day over here, albeit windy. As you guys can see, lots of blue in the sky. Some crew over here already. Some high clouds further to the south, I think this is. This is looking to the north. Looking to the west, and here we have the E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1772 arriving from Berlin. With the hallmark whistle that those geared turbofan engines seem to produce. Michael asks, I meant to ask you, where did you learn all the English American terms? Like, I beg to differ. I don't know, mate. Let me tell you, I am, without trumping my blowing my own horn, I am somewhat above average intelligent. That I dare to say. I guess I just learn intuitively. We're already exposed to American series and English TV from a young age, so I guess I just internalized it somewhat intuitively. I don't know. Always came natural to me, English. Next up, EasyJet A320neo, arriving from Gatwick, flight 28674. Bottom left we have BA. Let's see, flight time for the EasyJet, 46 minutes, par for the course. 6-year-old airplane, first flight June 2018. Rakete 88, good morning. Lisa says, it's whistling at you, it likes you, the E2. Now, don't you get jealous, okay? Good morning, Sifi. Gerrit, goedemorgen. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning one and all. As you can hear, it's a windy day over here, 17 knots of wind, headwind for the runway now in use for arrivals. As you guys can see in here. Now the wind is expected to slow down as the day progresses, although the gusts are expected to increase. A bit of a paradoxical windfinder prediction. We'll see. For now, I hope it is going to get warmer and a bit calmer in terms of the wind. Not cold, but it isn't warm either. This is BA flight 430, A320, arriving from London Heathrow, 44 minutes underway, 22 years old, first flight December 2001. RDW, goedemorgen. Yeah, that's interesting that you guys mentioned that. I hold 2 master degrees, and for my first master's I also had to write a thesis, and my counselor who guided me suggested that I write it in English, in Dutch, and I suggested why not do it in English, because all the literature that I need to read is in English, so I can just use the same terms. So he said okay, somewhat hesitantly, and when I delivered the first couple of chapters, he was impressed and said, you probably have spent some time living abroad in an English-speaking nation or something. I said, no. Only one holiday, a week-long holiday in London with my mom back when I was little. That's the only thing. So yeah, don't know. Anyway. Let's see, our next airplane is Tarom. Arriving from Bucharest, 737-700, flight 361, with another E2 Embraer from KLM behind it, arriving from Geneva, and after that, the first Delta A330 of the show, Delta Airlines flight 48, arriving from JFK. Oh, and Michael, I also see a Lufthansa CRJ arriving from Munich, which is flying downwind, shouldn't be long before it's going to land. So in the meantime, the 777 parked behind the 747. Oh, behind the A330 from Delta, we have another KLM 777-300ER, which I'm wondering if we can see already, and the answer is yes, we can. There we go. So that's a 3 airplane glide slope shot over there. KLM flight 598, now the number 3, arriving from Cape Town. I'm whistling back. Oh, floaty. Very floaty indeed. Right, 2 consecutive heavies. Starting off with Delta Airlines Flight 48 arriving from New York, JFK A330-300. Behind it, KLM Flight 592 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa, 777-300 the Delta Airlines in the foreground, 7 hours and 15 minutes underway from New York. And earlier in the week we had one coming in with a flight time of 6 hours and 6 minutes. I think it was Lance Cole who said that is wind assisted. Well, this is also wind assisted. That's the difference between headwind and tailwind. Oh, don't be jealous, Lisa. Aren't I allowed to whistle at airplanes? Boo-hoo. Even if they have a sleek narrow body. Watch out for scorned women in chat, bear with me says. Duly noted. Oh, teeny tiny contrail passing overhead, almost immediately flying towards me. Norwegian. Oh. Lipstick plane. Quite clearly discernible. Also, we can still see departures from center, for instance. I think that was Emirates. Servus Erik, herzlich willkommen. And we have K3 also over here. One of the 3 Ford Ranger Raptors. K1 is a VW, the rest K2, 3 and 4. They're all Fords. Next up, CRJ. Lufthansa CRJ 900 arriving from Munich. Now where is it? The answer is over there. Going full digital. This is back to the top end of optical zoom. Let's see. Locking the pen and tilt axes only helps somewhat against the vibrations of the wind. Lufthansa flight 2302 is this, arriving from Munich, CRJ 900, long range, 1 hour 9 minutes on the way, 13-year-old airplane, first flight December 2010. Hey there Eli, good morning. Now, another beautiful airplane right behind it. Ita Blue, Bombardier C-Series 300, the A220. One of the prettiest airplanes with one of the prettiest liveries currently flying, in my humble opinion. ITA Airways flight 120. Third airplane to arrive is a KLM A380-200 arriving from Washington. If you're wondering why does the picture look so pixelated, we're really in the far end of digital zoom, which just blows up pixels. This is back to the top end of optical zoom. Hey there Dirkie, hey there Salim, good morning. Nice. Next up, ITA Airways flight 120 arriving from Milan. It is an A220-300 or Bombardier C Series as they were originally called. 1 hour 23 minutes on the way, brand new airplane, first flight September 2023. So somewhere in the next month, which starts tomorrow, this airplane will be turning 1. Happy birthday to you. Look at the magnificent color with the sun shining on it. Same whistle as with the E2 Embraers. Both have geared turbofan engines. Bellissimo, bellissimo questo aereo. Hey there Kevo, good to see you mate. Morning Alan, tuning in from the northeast of England. Welcome back mate, hope all's good. What's that? What's that? That's a little private airplane. Is it going to land or is it going to do a touch and go? Probably the latter. Since we cannot see the runway from over here with buildings blocking our view, we might as well turn around and show the airplane that we can see and hear. This is KLM flight 652, arrived from Washington Dulles. 7 hours 38 minutes on the way, A330-200. It's the FWOC PH-AOC 18-year-old airplane, first flight October 2005. Morning Aviation Weekly and all others who have joined in the meantime. Good morning. Marissa says Martinair 747 is being pushed back. Let's have a look at that then after this airplane landed. Has landed. What is up, Alan? Currently trying to get the Oasis tickets. Just 2 words, fucking nightmare. I'll bet. The reunion nobody expected but everybody hoped for. Was also in the news, on the news in the Netherlands. Good luck with that, Alan. Hope you'll succeed. Now, Tiger also back in the chat. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. And also Roadhog back in the chat. Celebrating 11 months of membership. Almost going green. Time to brag again. Hey, my lovely airheads. Morning, Roadhog. Thank you so much for your continued support. 11 months as a member. 1 month. And Greenpeace is going to love you even more. Going green. We've got a banana coming in. Get your dose of potassium in 2-3 airplanes from now. Ohio gozaimasu, Japanese popsicle. Quick turnaround, EasyJet A320 Neo. Arriving from Prague, Czech Republic. Check. 1 2 1 2. That's what I always yell in my mics when I'm testing the audio before going live. Check. Testing 1 2 1 2. Also, a warm welcome to Jarmo, who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for choosing AMS Live. Hope you will like it in the lounge. Don't forget to spam us with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. Thank you so much. And welcome. KLM flight 1570. Arriving from Porto in Portugal. 737-800. Next up, banana time, A300-600 DHL, arriving from Madrid, 1 hour 54 minutes on the way. "24 years old, relatively young. First flight November 1999, it is a millennial. Lufthansa A319 arriving from Frankfurt, flight 988 behind it. There we go, make the chat yellow. This shit is bananas, B-A-N-A-N-A-S. This shit is bananas, B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Oops, I did it again. After the Lufthansa, now number 3 is a KLM 777-200 arriving from Cartagena. Hadi Christel, goedemorgen. Yo, welcome Lisa. Hey there Sandy, hey there Georgios. Tina's parcel has arrived. Hey there Don Viejos. Two airplanes on the glide slope. Lufthansa A319 up first, arriving from Frankfurt, flight 988, 47 minutes on the way, 27 years old, first flight September 1996. The second airplane that you can see is KLM. KLM flight 741, arriving from Cartagena, 777-200 Time for some heavies. Another two heavies back to back. KLM flight 741 up first. And Air Canada will be number 2. Is that a bank robber or not? Hard to see. We can also see another airplane turning in. Noise. You can even see further away than I thought we could. First up, KLM flight 741, arriving from Cartagena, 777-200 9 hours 36 minutes on the way, 20 years old, the PH-BQE, first flight January 2004. Hadi Peter, goedemorgen. Me myself says no bank robbers coming in from Canada today. That's good. Means we can save some money. Air Canada flight 808 is what we are now looking at. A330-300 arriving from Toronto, Canada. This airplane has been on the way for 6 hours and 51 minutes. 23 years is its age. First flight was in March 2001. Let's see, narrow bodies behind this airplane. Starting off with a 737-700 arriving from Zurich, KLM, Embraer 175 arriving from Munich. And by the looks of it, an EasyJet arriving from Copenhagen. Howdy Timothy. Howdy Paul. Next up, KLM flight 1918 arriving from Zurich, 737-700. Let's have another look at the METAR. Last time we checked 17 knots of wind, now it is 16 knots, so it's not increasing. It's still in the direction of the runway we are standing next to, headwind. A few clouds at 2,400 feet. The air temperature is 18 degrees C, so it is slowly but surely getting a little bit warmer. Also, last airplanes of today's show will be the KLM arriving from Bogota, expected to arrive around 1:30, and pilot Javier, the pilot flying for LATAM Cargo flight 1506, arriving a few minutes to 2, which will be the last airplane of today's show. Let me also quickly grab the camera controls again. I will update the METAR in the ticker after this landing. Hey Lieve, goedemorgen kerel, good to see you again. Hope all is well, mate. Satoris, good morning. Still busy updating the ticker with the latest METAR. 16 knots of wind. It was 17 before. Will it decrease further? Time will tell. Another Chinese triple arriving from Shanghai is also flying on the downwind. Now, talking about a nice shot. Third airplane now on the glide slope for the Kaagbaan is Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Nice A350. Michael says, I think the 747 is just stalking me. Well, and the 747 in its turn is being stalked by the DHL A300 that you can see in the background. What's there to say? Beautiful airplanes. EasyJet A319 arriving from Copenhagen, the next airplane to land on Kaagbaan. But let's keep following the 747 for a bit longer. Should be heading out soon. Or at least the airplane that we turn around for will be the Delta Airlines A350. Oh, the profile of your channel. Yeah, well, I have a similar profile picture already with the 747 in full width. Epicer, good morning. Another ITA Air is also coming this way. Adi Gijzers, goedemorgen. I am going to turn around now because Delta Airlines Flight 74 is inbound. Oh, what a timing. Yeah, well, it now has to wait. It will have to wait. It cannot cross the runway just yet because Delta Airlines Flight 74 is on short final. The A350 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. But look at this. Isn't she beautiful? Ooh, is she? Is she going to cross the runway? I think she is. I think she is. Yes, we won the staring contest, Michael. Hurry the F up. Delta Airlines is also approaching. Yep. In the nick of time. Otherwise, we would have seen a go around. Delta Airlines flight 74, A350 900, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, 8 hours 26 minutes on the way. 5-year-old airplane already, first flight February 2019. A queen arrives, a queen leaves. Lisa says bye bye, drive safely, see you soon. Okay, the Embraer 175 arrived from Stuttgart seems to be turning in, or is it? I think, is that the first I think it is the first airplane to 36 right. Hello there, Stefan. Hello there, Andrea, and all others who have joined in the meantime. Welcome to the show. What a show it has been thus far. Nice windy day over here, and another gorgeous ITA Blue coming this way. ITA Airways flight 108. It's an A320neo arriving from Rome, 2 hours and a minute on the way. Brand new airplane. First flight was in April 2024, and look at this registration. It's the A-hole. A-hole. It's not an A-hole, but an EI hole. I-hole. Does that mean it's an Irish a-hole? Huh. So many questions. Bunghole! Tippy for your bunghole! Cornholio! Yep! Chinese triple! China Southern Cargo, flight 453, arriving from Shanghai. 11 hours and 5 minutes on the way. It's a 777 freighter, 11 years old, first flight July 2013. Howdy Sander, goedemorgen. Glistening lights of an EasyJet A319 in the background, which will be arriving from Geneva. And after that, another heavy, a 787-10 Dreamliner KLM arriving from New York, JFK. First up, 777 freighter, China Southern Cargo arriving from Shanghai. Marissa says, looks like the second DHL is now 50 for arrival. Perfect. Probably an airplane you don't want to look at if you're gluten intolerant. These airplanes have been known to cause a bad case of diarrhea. John is tuning in from San Francisco. Morning, mate. Welcome back. And another Chinese triple that is probably going to join the rest of the Chinese cargo airplanes right here. Question is, will the 777 park before or after the 747? So far we still have an unobstructed view. Both airplanes being loaded or unloaded. The 777 is being unloaded, as you can see. Stuff is going out. The 747, a bit more difficult to see right away. What's that? Another pushback of, what is that? Qatar cargo? Could be. Sure looks like it. Meanwhile, EasyJet A319 arriving from Geneva. Next to land. And after that, 2 consecutive heavies, 2 Dreamliners, KLM 787-10 arriving from New York. And after that, United Airlines flight 909 arriving from Chicago. Let's have a look at the first of the 2 heavy hitters. KLM flight 644, 787-10 Dreamliner arrival from New York JFK with the United behind it. And I see Air Canada flight 900 also flying in the vicinity, coming soon to Kaagbaan. The name of the KLM plane is Lily of the Valley. Wasn't that what Walter White was using to poison somebody with? Lily of the Valley? I think it was. Wolfgang asks if we're going to see Jesus today. I really don't know, mate. I don't think I saw it on flight radar. I'm not seeing it fly anywhere in Europe right now. Checking flight radar, so I think we're good with respect to not seeing Jesus. The Netherlands still a god-forsaken country, although Jesus did visit yesterday. I think he quickly realized there was nothing to begin with those Dutch and headed out back to Manchester. Now it feels like the wind is picking up. The wind from behind. This is United Airlines flight 909 arriving from Chicago O'Hare. Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, 7 hours and 14 minutes underway. 9-year-old airplane, first flight November 2014. Jesus, he knows you. Yeah, I've been talking to Jesus all my life. Great song. More potassium, 3 airplanes on the glide slope. How about that? Iberia Express number 2, Royal Air Maroc number 3. The third airplane is now flying over the north of Leiden metropolitan area, if you can call it that. Thomas says Jesus flying away to avoid Judas. Yeah, can't trust that Judas for a bit. Hey Infinity, morning. And indeed a nice stack. An arrival stack being led by an A300-600 arriving from Luton. Look away if you're Luton intolerant. 44 minutes of flight, and this A300 is 30 years old. First flight was in February 1994. My last year in elementary school before going to middle school / high school. The one you go to before going to university. What were you doing back in February 1994? Hey there Paul, morning, good to see ya. Omer, goedemorgen. All others who have joined. Duffy, what runway is the Martin Air Cargo lining up for on center or polder? Polder. Thanks, Maria. Now, if I recall correctly, Polder departures should become visible somewhere over there. Right, the 747 is lined up, but not yet going. Quick look at the Iberia Express then, for the time being. Alan says, I think I've got more chance of finding a rocking horse shit than an Oasis ticket. I'll bet you the scalpers already purchased them all and you can buy one from them for double the price, or if not triple. Right, 747 Martin Air Cargo lined up on Polderbaan, still according to flight radar at the threshold doing nothing. Not sure what the holdup is. In the meantime, Royal Air Maroc arriving from Tangier. All white, operated by Heston Airlines. Heston. 747 on the move. There she is. Next up, Air Canada Flight 900, arriving from Montreal, 7878 Dreamliner. Flight time 6 hours 20 minutes. 10-year-old airplane, first flight July 2014. Gone is the flex. Hadi Modis, goedemorgen. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Now, next up will be a KLM Embraer 190. A rare Embraer. Second 777. Parked behind the first. I'm feeling that one of my sneaker socks is a bit loose in my sneaker. That is so annoying. They come loose and move under your heel instead of latching behind it. Right. Wardrobe malfunction fixed. Time for 2 consecutive Embraer 190s. KLM arrived from Manchester and London City. This one is proper KLM, and this one also seems to be blue. Already the twinkling of a third airplane. That's an Embraer 175 KLM arriving from Luxembourg. Hadi Adri, goedemorgen. This is KLM flight 1030 arriving from Manchester, Embraer 190. Hadi Matt, goedemorgen. Hey there Ryan, good morning. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning. Bit windy over here at Schiphol Airport, as you guys can hear. Otherwise, lovely day. Blue skies all around, mostly blue that is. Bit of high cirrus clouds, otherwise it's looking nice. As you can see, still no ducks have been spotted, but we have seen the first grebe, well, just now ducking under. Gary grebe. Gary grebe, the mother ducker. Hey there Ryan, morning. This is KLM flight 980. arriving from London City, it is another Embraer 190 narrowbodies hour. After this, an Embraer 175 arriving from Luxembourg, and after that the 737-800 arriving from Birmingham. Right, I'll take a sip of vodka to that. Good morning, Frank. And good morning, Martin. This is KLM flight 1710, Embraer 175 arriving from Luxembourg, 42 minutes underway. PH-CKA, 7-year-old airplane, first flight June 2017. Now after the 737, that is the next to land. A 777-300 from KLM arriving from Las Vegas will land. No static today indeed, Frank. I switched off 5G and am still using Wi-Fi. That seems to have been the final solution to give it a term. Yeah, no, that solved it. Don't know why it gave static, but and with the XA60 and not with the XA40, but whatever, this has fixed it. KLM flight 1042 arriving from Birmingham, 737-800, 43 minutes underway. 16-year-old airplane, first flight May 2008. Hey, Herpes back in the Netherlands, flying above Zeeland, coming to Kaagba, Marissa says. Adrian also back in the chat, morning. Indeed, from my modem. KLM flight 636 up next, arriving from Las Vegas. It is a 777-300 9 hours and 20 minutes underway. The PH-BVF. Not IVF, but BVF. 13 years old, first flight January 2011. Johan, goedemorgen. Something red coming in behind the KLM Heavy. Marissa is saying teasingly. I wonder what it could be. Maybe our members should have a look in their emoji reservoir, see if they can find something red, make sure it is nearby. floaty touchdown. Beautiful. Check out the elevator. That is lowering the nose wheel very slowly. Nice wheelie. Elwa, goedemorgen. Yeah, you're right, Frank. Although I am not going to go back to the old configuration. My Wi-Fi connection has ample upload and download headroom that I can have both the laptop for streaming with upload and my phone for download on the same router, so there's absolutely no need to go back to 5G. If this works, I'll just stick with this. Something red in the background, A321neo, Icelandair flight 460 arriving from Reykjavik. Let's make the chat red, I say. Playtime, it is 2 hours and 39 minutes. This airplane has been underway so far, 6 years old, first flight April 2018. Kaagbaan indeed today, Elwa. Kaagbaan indeed. Well, time for me to do some jumping jacks. Really is getting a bit chilly with all the wind. Yesterday dressed too warm, today a little bit too cool. Now I see we have 581 viewers right now and 281 likes. If you guys have been enjoying the content so far and you haven't already, don't forget to drop a like. It helps to promote streams like this to people like you who might not know the channel yet but might also be interested in it, just like you are. Subscribing to the channel also helps immensely if you haven't already. Hadi Marcel, goedemorgen. And Bro 175 is the twinkling light that we see behind play. Alright, 300 plus likes, thank you so much. Now, let's enjoy playtime. It is 11:25, runway 36 right is still open for arrivals, parallel arrivals in progress for another 15 or so minutes. After that it's back to Kaagbaan being the only runway for arrivals until 1, and then between 1 and 2, another 2 runway configuration for arrivals. Marissa says something delicious now second for arrival. Whatever could it be? Whatever could it be? Maybe something chocolatey? I think so too, Mrs. Professor. This is KLM flight 1070 arriving from Bristol. It's number 175, the flight time 55 minutes. The airplane's age 8 years. First flight was in July 2016. And Yeah, it's an Embraer 190 behind it, arriving from Aberdeen. Something delicious. Embraer 175 arriving from Norwich behind it. So Andre, the rare Embraers, all here for you. Airplanes you seldomly see over here. Doesn't feel like the wind is slowing down just yet. Let's see. Right about now, Funksol Brothers, another METAR should be published. So in a couple of minutes, 5 to 10 minutes from now, it should become available. Let's have a look then. See that Mr. Biker is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. Hope all is well. Andre says in here, I thought there were no more of them. Yeah, well, we're all getting them out for you to see today. All Embraers flying. But first, Chucky, let's get the chat brown with all those bonbons in the custom emoji. German Airways, the Lycifer Chocolatry Special Livery, the DAPRI, just as old as the Orange Pride, hailing from January 2008. Today, returning from Aberdeen, 1 hour 7 minutes underway. It's an Embraer 190 short range, in fact. 16 years old, first flight somewhere in 2008 according to Flight Radar, but we all know it is January. Embraer 175 arriving from Norwich behind it. 737-900 arriving from Edinburgh behind it. It's the UK invasion. The Brits are coming. Choco chat here right now, indeed, Frank. Lots of calories here. Yeah, that's a mass diet that we all need to go on pretty soon. Sharing is caring, right? Invasion of the small jets. Embraer 175 followed by a 737-900 followed by an Embraer 190. Next up, KLM flight 1056 arriving from Norwich. Embraer 175. 34 minutes underway. 6 years old, first flight January 2018. Tara Beest, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show. And all other viewers, welcome to you too. Going to stick around until a few minutes to 2. That's the ETA of Latam Cargo Flight 1506. Arrival from, what was it? Miami. Pilot flying today is Javier, who reached out to me via Instagram earlier in the week to check out if I might be around to film his arrival. It coincides with the arrival of the PH-CKA, the 747 KLM cargo, which is expected now a bit sooner, but also between 1 and 2, 1:30 and 2 to be more precise. Both expected to land on this runway, regardless of whether or not a secondary runway for arrivals is open. Emirates A380 is also expected around 1:30, but between 1 and 2, 36 right will also be open for secondary arrivals, or as secondary runway for arrivals I should say more properly. and the A380 is going to land on that runway. This is KLM flight 924 arriving from Edinburgh. It is a 737-900. And we have the KLM 100 years in the background. 787-10 Dreamliner. That's the PH-CKA, right? Yeah, PH-CKA. Can even read the registration. Hey there, Duncan. Greetings from a sunny Aberdeen. Is it as windy as over there as it is over here? Let me quickly have a look. Think that METAR should be published now. The one from 25 past the hour. We had 16, 17 knots, now it's back to 17 knots, so the wind speed is relatively constant. It is blowing in runway heading in the direction of the runway heading. Still KVK, 18 degrees C. Going back and forth between 16 knots and 17 knots today. Very consistent headwind for the planes landing on the Kaagbaan today. Next up, KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Boshell. Is that Herpes? Yep, Herpes back. 75 years. "75 years of Herpes." Flight number is 1506, Marissa. Next up, EasyJet arriving from Bristol, A319, with another airplane arriving from Great Britain behind it. KLM flight 1002 arriving from London Heathrow. EasyJet flight 25530 up next, arriving from Bristol, 56 minutes underway. The OE LKY, 13 years old, first flight July 2011. Hey there, Navy Jack, good morning. Koen, goedemorgen. All others who've joined in the meantime, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Happy Saturday. Welcome from windy Schiphol Airport, where we are standing next to the Kaagbaan, runway 06. I think back to being the only runway for arrivals at the moment, until 1 o'clock at least. The sun is shining. The weather is sweet, albeit a bit windy. Three Chinese cargo planes over there, two of which we saw land. The 777s, the 747 landed a bit earlier before I was live already. Alan says, catch you later, legend. Yet another great stream. I'm just going to piss myself off today. I guess you weren't able to get any Oasis tickets then. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your day, mate. And if you're not pissing off yourself, then make sure that you at least piss off someone else. flight 1002 arrived from London Heathrow 737-800. Without the Wi-Fi hump. No Wi-Fi on board this airplane. Wondering if they are done loading and unloading the Chinese cargo 747 already. They have been at it for a while now. Yeah, it's a bit hard to see, Hans. Not seeing anything coming out or going in. It looks like they're unloading, but they might also be loading. Aditijn, goedemorgen. Good morning. Hey, that's good news, Marissa. Emirates Sky Cargo 777 freighter arriving from Aguadilla. Second for arrival. First up, an Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle, KLM flight 954 arriving as we speak, or at least approaching. Coffee break, Adrian says, well, you can see they're definitely still unloading stuff. And if you look carefully, you can see that there's a person. Where are they loading? No, they're... Huh? I missed the moment where that cargo appeared. Were they lifting it up? Or did it come out of the hull? Man-high stacks of cargo, as you can see. That's like 1.5 person tall. Oh, it's going in, right. So they're loading it up. And we are turning around for KLM flight 954, which is approaching. Arriving from Newcastle, Embraer 190. 55 minutes underway. 14 years old, first flight February 2010. Nice touchdown there. Next up, 777 freighter, Emirates Sky Cargo, arriving from Aguadilla. Flying in the vicinity of my hometown and still a few minutes out. 3 Chinese cargo airplanes getting loaded or unloaded. Salut Jean-Yves, good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well over there in France. Do have the Emirates Sky Cargo behind me, so I am going to turn around the camera pretty soon. There it is, Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9914 arriving from Aguadilla. 7 hours and 59 minutes on the way. 8 hours. 10-year-old airplane, first flight October 2013, 777 freighter. Nice. Glistening of 2 airplanes already, which is interesting because one of those 2 is flying over Wassenaar, Voorschoten, Katwijk, Leiden, a bit further to the south. Thinking that the highest twinkle is the furthest away of the 2 on the left. Lovely 3 airplane glide slope shots. Visibility is perfect today. Good evening, Bob. Welcome back. Good to have you back. Hope you've had a good day so far. Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Aguadilla, 777 freighter, next to land. Just Plain Nuts has to sign off. Thanks for joining. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, mate. Hope to see you tomorrow, perhaps. If not, enjoy the rest of your day. Take care. I think this is probably another airplane to join the other 3 on the left, on the north side. Seeing something yellow coming this way. Not exactly sure what this is. Not a regular pickup truck. Definitely not a bird control truck. Let's see. KLM flight 1788. KLM flight 1788 and Embraer 190 arriving from Hanover. 43 minutes on the way. 10 years old, first flight January 2014. 184 nautical miles of distance. Next up, Air Europa, but not in a Dreamliner. It is a boring 737-800 today. Flight 1091 arriving from Madrid. 1 hour and 49 minutes on the way as we speak. 12-year-old airplane, first flight July 2012. And the airplane behind it is an A321neo JetBlue flight 631, arrival from Boston, Massachusetts. Looking a bit further out, the trash airplane is coming, and also another Delta A330 arrival from Minneapolis, Minnesota. First up, air Europa up. Armada Ducker, Gary Grebe. And that Emirates Sky Cargo, indeed, finding a parking spot on the north side of the runway. Oh? What's it doing? Singapore Airlines off to Singapore. Just took off from center. A350-900 flight 323. JetBlue arriving from Boston. Emirates getting a front row seat for us. Right, 4 airplanes next to each other, 3 triples, 174, 1 Emirates, 2 China Southern Cargo, and 1 Air China Cargo. Transavia flight 5792 is approaching from behind. 737-800 arriving from Preveza. Okay, Delta on center to Boston. That's interesting. Interesting indeed. Hey there, Charles. Tuning in from Greensboro, North Carolina. Nice. What is happening on center? The A350 is lining up, going to Taipei. After Air Baguette, no, Tarom back to Bucharest. Next airplane to take off from this runway is going to be China Airlines Flight 74 to Taipei, A350-900, 6 years old, first flight February 2018. And indeed, Delta Airlines to Boston, number 2 for center. Interestingly, maybe an inspection taking place on Polderbaan or something? I don't know. Howdy Teun, goedemorgen. Is it morning still? Yeah, still a few more minutes of morning left. At least over here in mainland Europe. The wind is relentless today. Should appear, there it is. You can see a little bit of crosswind. China Airlines Flight 74 to Taipei. And the A330 to Boston is going to pull the baan after all. See that JD is also back in the chat. Hey there, Jörg. Happy Saturday, mate. Good to have you back. Transavia, the trash airplane arriving from Barcelona, up next. And we have something a bit more sizable in the background behind it, and that is a Delta A330-300 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, flight 162. First up, the trash arriving from Barcelona, 1 hour 42 minutes on the way, 15-year-old airplane, the PH-SW. First flight April 2009. I think you may be right, Marissa. Wrong taxiway. Shit happens. Also at Schiphol Airport. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330-300, 8 hours and 30 minutes on the way. 17-year-old airplane, first flight July 2007. A321 from Turkish or Anadolu jet behind it, arriving from Istanbul. Oh, plane white, BBN Airlines. Boring. Sven, goedemorgen. Nice little application of the reversers there. Looking up and around me, not a lot of contrails to be seen. There is one. I think it is a quad squad member. Looks like it is coming this way. Where is it? Yes, it does have 4 engines. Hard to get good in view, if not impossible. Also hard to see any details. It looked like something of which the tail was a bit blue. I'm thinking it might be Lufthansa, but that's just a wild guess. We've got a 787-10 arriving from Panama City. After this I'll go. Two consecutive Dreamliners after the 737 that will be next. So one 737 and then it is 2 Dreamliners. Can we see the second one already? Don't think we can. KLM flight 1406 up first. Arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle, 737-800. 40 minutes on the way. 11 years old. PH-BCD. ABCD. Right, Mr. Professor says time for bed. It's been a great show. I'll have to check the timestamps. Well, I'm not doing the timestamps anymore. It's costing too much time. I took the highlights out. I gave something in return. No more mid-roll ads after in the replay, so you can scroll through the replay yourself without encountering annoying ads all of the time. But it was costing me too much time. I just did not have enough time left to do other stuff except work, stream and household. So timestamps are gone and I don't expect them to return anytime soon. Anyway, thank you for joining, Mrs. Professor. Sleep well. I hope to see you in the next one. This is KLM flight 758, it's a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Panama City. Four-year-old airplane, first flight January 2020. Next up, KLM flight 604, a 787-9 Dreamliner, smaller sibling of this airplane, arriving from LAX. And another heavy behind it. The airplane behind it is a KLM 777-300ER, which is returning from Vancouver. This is KLM flight 604, 787-9 Dreamliner, arriving from LAX, 10 hours and 1 minute of flight time. 1001 binary flight time. The PH-BHH, 8 years old. First flight August 2016. Good morning, aviation girl, and all others who have joined in the meantime. Next up, KLM flight 682, 777-300ER, arriving from Vancouver. Flight time 8 hours and 54 minutes. The PH-BVN, first flight 9 years ago in February 2015. Now if you look in the bottom left, you can see another heavy hitter that is coming this way. That is KLM flight 767, arriving from Bonaire, which is an A330-300. Don't think we've seen Han in the chat yet, right? Third airplane is his favorite airline. Spot the dot with Vueling. Next up, KLM flight 767, arriving from Bonaire. It's an A330-300, 8 hours and 57 minutes underway, 12-year-old airplane. It's the PH-CKA, PH-CKA. What up, motherfucker? First flight, February 2012. Twinkling lights of the Vueling in the left hand of your screen, just below center. And an E2 Embraer arriving from Dublin, also coming this way. Hey Maria, bom dia. Good to see you again. All others who've joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. Arrivals at Kaagbaan. A lot of wind. Let's have a look at the meter, see what has changed. We've been having 16 and 17 knot wind all throughout the morning thus far, and it has even gotten a little worse. 18 knots of wind. Temperature still 18 degrees C. Filming with goosebumps, but my limbs are not getting stiff from the cold yet. Luckily, wind is expected to stay in the northeasterly corner all throughout the day. We're waiting for LATAM Cargo Flight 1506, piloted today by Javier. He's the pilot flying today, arriving a few minutes before 2 o'clock. Got the KLM the PH-CKA that is expected 10 minutes before LATAM Cargo, a quarter to 2, both expected to land on 06. United is expected, Emirates is expected around 1:22 now, which will land on runway 36 right then. Let's also update the meter in the ticker. Welling just now landed. Engine also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Dublin. The next airplane to arrive, and behind it is an A320, but it says TUI. So that is, oh, Global X. Flying for TUI. Now there's arriving from Preveza. We have an Embraer 175 behind that. Turning in. And we also see a Transavia A321neo coming this way. Now flying just north of Wassenaar, arriving from Malaga. So this is KLM flight 1136 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. E2 Embraer 195, 2 years old this airplane. Again, geared turbofan engine, whistle. Hey, ITA on the move. ITA A320, or is that the A220? No, that's the A320. Hey Martin R, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Got Qatar Cargo crossing the runway. as the Global X A320 flying on behalf of TUI is approaching. Arriving from Preveza in Greece, 2 hours and 47 minutes on the way. It's an American registered airplane, the Global X that is coming now. November 630 Victor Alpha. 17 years old, first flight March 2007. Looking behind me, almost here. Marissa going into the Lurkers lounge for a bit. Enjoy. Could you check if the upholstery of the seatings are still decent or if I need to re-upholster them? A lot of people sitting. I can imagine that the seats are starting to wear a little. Global X flying on behalf of TUI, A320 arriving from Preveza. What's that? Some sort of bus with stuff on it. The road to success. Right. Duly noted. Thought maybe it was a club bus of a football club or something, but no idea what that was from. This is an Embraer 175 KLM arriving from Cardiff. 59 minutes on the way. Hey, the cat! Wow! Good to see ya! Adrian wonders if the Chinese is already filled. Well, there are several. 7-4 and the triple already shut the doors. Triple furthest away is still being loaded by the looks of it. Emirates is filled to the brim by the looks of it. Is that a person on the left? Oh, oh. Filled to the brim it is. People on wearing vests just shows you how immensely big those airplanes are. Transavia A321neo arriving from Malaga. Now it is narrow bodies rush hour at the moment. To begin with, we have a KLM Embraer 190 arriving from London City. 46 minutes underway, 15 years old, first flight January 2009. Transavia next behind it, and after that a Max 8 from TUI arriving from Ohrid, an Ohrid place. This is KLM flight 984 arriving from London City. Right. Wind last couple of minutes seems to be calming down a little bit, and with the sun shining, I feel like I'm warming up a little bit. Reversers being used there by the Embraer 190. Next up, hey, is there a goose over here? Haven't seen Maverick, so why would Goose be here? Gary Grebe is still over there, but as soon as he spots the camera, he dives under. This is Peter Pan, the Peter Pan Holiday Club. Transavia arriving from Kefalonia in Greece. Next up will be TUI. TUI Max 8, arriving from an Ohrid place. Flight time 2 hours and 36 minutes. The airplane 2 years old. First flight December 2021. See that Delta Airlines flight 164 is also approaching. That is an A330-300 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Still, at least 3 narrow bodies with 2 Embraer 190s following this Max 8, and by the looks of it, a Transavia 737 after that. Take care of the doors. Wasn't that the 900, the Max 9? Next up will be KLM flight 964. That's the first Britty hopper of the show, I think, arriving from Teesside or Darlington. With another Embraer 190 behind it, arriving from Leeds, KLM flight 1020. Transavia 737-800 behind it, the third airplane. And we have a sort of curvy glide slope shot over here. Hey Danny, goedemorgen, afternoon, good afternoon. Britty hopper, Embraer 190, KLM flight 964. It's a long range, used to fly 258 nautical miles in 54 minutes. 15-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2009. Andre asks, have I heard Embraer? You certainly have. You certainly have. A another rare Embraer over her. Oh, windy, windy, windy. Hey there, Dave, good afternoon. Good to see you again, mate. Adler coming in. German Airways arriving from Leeds. KLM flight 1020 is the flight it is operating. 52 minutes on the way. Embraer 190 long range, 18 years old. First flight somewhere in 2006. Moment it looked like the wind was calming down, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Let's see, it is almost 25 minutes past the hour. I'm expecting a new METAR to be released in a moment. Always takes a couple of minutes before it is actually published on at least the sources I have access to. Curious to see what the wind has been doing in the METAR. It's been hovering between 16 and 18 knots now all morning. This is Transavia flight 5672 returning from Ibiza. Next up, an Embraer 190, and that is Adler number 2 arriving from Berlin. Talking about mindfucks, having two Adler special liveries almost back to back. KLM flight 1774 is the flight it is operating. Returning from Berlin, 1 hour and 4 minutes on the way. It's the DAMWO, D-A-M-W-O, 16 years old. First flight somewhere in 2008. And you can already see there is a bigger jet behind it. That is the Delta A330 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I think we've crossed the 400 likes mark. I think we have, because I see gifted memberships boxes being dropped by both Wolfgang and by Jörg. Guys, thank you so much. Wolfgang and also Jörg just now gifting 5 memberships each. Hope that everybody who just got gifted a membership by you two will say thank you for it. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, new members. Don't forget to use the custom emojis that now you have at your disposal. Custom emojis, you can use them for a month. If you like using them, consider renewing it, the membership. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to Wolfgang or Jörg at least. Guys, thank you so much. Demo, about to land. The Eagle has landed, almost. Floaty, good touching down. Let's quickly turn around. Delta Airlines Flight 164 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Airbus A330-300, 7 hours and 43 minutes underway. 17-year-old airplane, first flight August 2007. Hey there, Jody, who says hi all. Welcome to the show, and all others who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show as well. We're still going to be live for another 1.5 hours, or just under 1.5 hours, until LATAM Cargo 51506 and the PH-CKA KLM 747 cargo have landed. We're expected in the time span of 1:30 to 2 o'clock p.m. local time. Right now, arrivals take place only on the runway we are standing next to. We have a beautiful 3-airplane glide slope shot. There's plenty of wind, as you guys can hear. Let's have a look. The METAR, last time we checked, it was 18 knots of wind. Let's do a refresh. Now it's back to 16 knots still, and we're standing next to runway 06. Still headwind for the airplane's landing. It is still KVK. The air temperature has risen to 19 degrees C, and the wind has been blowing constantly between 16 and 18 knots. From 1 o'clock until 2 o'clock, runway 36 right will also be opened as secondary runway for arrivals. Right now, next airplane to arrive is here already. Arrival from Stuttgart, KLM Embraer 190, 58 minutes underway. 10-year-old airplane, first flight December 2013. Suriname is coming in with a 777 today, and pretty soon they're going to fly the A340-600. I think in 2 weeks or so from now, mid-September or just before mid-September, I think it was scheduled to begin. For how long, I don't know, Pilot Sander already updated me yesterday about it. How awesome would that be if the A340-600 is returning to Schiphol? Well, the A340 is returning, but it's not just any, but the 600. That's a long motor. This is KLM flight 1164 arriving from Bergen. Next up, Suriname, arriving from Lisbon, number 9 on flight radar, tracked by 168 people. Okay. Euro Atlantic 777-200 I think it's a relocation flight. It is arriving from Lisbon. Flight time 2 hours and 15 minutes. 20 years old already. The first flight of this airplane was in April 2004. Euro Atlantic probably will be flying on behalf of Suriname between Paramaribo and Amsterdam for a few weeks. Bill J also back in the chat, tuning in from Seattle. And Harry says it is 6:33 here in Ontario, Canada. I'm guessing it is also 6:33 then for Bill in Seattle. I'm too lazy to do math and calculate the 9 hours of time difference. Euro Atlantic. Yuck! Check out the flap surfaces on the left hand side. Disgusting. Very unlike KLM. Gorgeous weather, Bill says, but gorgeous with a shitload of wind. Standing here in a t-shirt and shorts, actually a bit chilly. Wolfgang asks if the A340-600 ever operated from Amsterdam before. I don't recall ever that ever happened. I think the only times that we saw the A340-600 here was when an airline that wasn't frequenting Schiphol diverted or something. Only on occasion. Don't recall there ever having been an operator that consistently flew A340-600s to and or from Schiphol Airport. Indeed, Jeff, the most generic airline name ever, Euro Atlantic. Boring. Dime in a dozen. Next up, EasyJet A319 arriving from Milan. After that, A330 Neo time, Delta Airlines flight 144 arriving from Bill's hometown of Seattle. is retracting. Extending. Inverse retraction. Now the heavy hitters are arriving. I'm seeing a 777-300 arriving from Lima. I'm seeing a 777-300 arriving from Atlanta. Sweet. Sweet indeed. Time for a sip of vodka. Vodka. Is that A380? Arriving from Milano in Italia. Papi di Puppi. And Bitrip asks, no wind protection on the mic. There is wind protection on the mic. This is without wind protection. Always wind protection on the mic. But when you have stormy weather, you have to take out the blimp. And I was too lazy to do that today. Plus I like the directionality of having the mic attached to the camera. Right, Her Majesty is leaving. She was first to arrive and now first to depart. Delta A330 Neo arriving from Seattle, flight 144. 2-year-old airplane, first flight June 2022. Is wondering what the cracking was in the audio. You mean the static? The static was probably the phone connecting to 5G, because switching to Wi-Fi has resolved it. I'm also wondering, I was also thinking that there was also one time when I was standing at the threshold of 1 left recently, where I was using my monitor and we were also hearing something similar. I'm now wondering in hindsight, was that with the same phone already, and could it have been the same issue? In other words, could it be that my monitor and my HDMI cables are perfectly fine, but that the static that we were hearing back then was also caused by my phone? Next time it is calmer weather, I am going to go out again with the monitor and see what will happen when using Wi-Fi for the data connection on the phone. Suspecting that maybe the monitor is okay after all. Next up, KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima with Lima beans. Nearly half a day underway. The PH-BVC 777-300 11 hours 57 minutes underway. 15-year-old airplane. And I still like the S24 Ultra Elva. I do have to take it out of the case to prevent it from overheating when the sun is out, but the readability of the screen is second to none. It is really excellent. The only thing I was noticing in the beginning was that it seemed to be overheating when exposed to the sun, but I think it was just because it was in the case and it couldn't dissipate the heat sufficiently. Now it is in the phone holder, bare, naked, without a case, and that seems to be working perfectly fine. So absolutely still happy with the phone, although I don't know what I need to do with it except streaming. I think it can do a lot of stuff that I don't use, like the pencil. Anyway, it's a great phone. The screen is great. If the screen would have been it's the combination of the screen brightness and the Gorilla Glass that is on it that really seriously reduces the reflections on the screen. If they would do that, if they would equip the standard S24 with it, I would have purchased it because it is overkill. But there you go. Transavia arriving from Lisbon. The banana on the move, and the Queen is too. Naked planes, naked phone, makes sense, doesn't it, Marja? And that is Air China cargo, which will be leaving for Shanghai, probably from Polderbaan. Vueling A320 arriving from Alicante up next. Alicante. Alicante. That's an inside joke for Dutchies. Vueling flight 1377. A320, 2 hours and 16 minutes. 2 hours and 16 minutes underway. ECMVD, 6-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. This one still has the yellow dot. Her Majesty is also taxiing away. Doesn't seem that they have to take the long detour anymore. Or am I speaking too soon now? Got a little Embraer 175 arriving from Milan, and after that a 777-300 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Right, Marissa has to go. She's in desperate need for a nap. See you next time then, Marissa. Sleep tight. Belgian Queen back for a moment. What did I miss? Not much really. Not much really. Airplanes, obviously. That's the Embraer 175 arriving from Milan. Okay, I spoke too soon. It does look like the Queen still has to taxi around a fence or something. So first to the far end, then coming back. Where is it? Watch KLM flight 622 land. It's 777-300 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. That the Corendon A350 is approaching the coast in the vicinity of Noordwijk. Again, that Queen, or still I should say, has to taxi first almost to the Aalsmeerbaan and then back again just to get out of this part of the airport on its way to presumably Polderbaan. 10 to 1, final hour of the stream. We're waiting for Latam Cargo flight 1506. Pilot flying today, Javier, and we're also waiting for the arrival of the PH-CKA, the 747 Cargo KLM, arriving from Bogota. Both are expected between 1:30 and 2 o'clock. After that I'm going to wrap it up. Got a lot of planes coming this way, including Corendon. Corendon is now approaching the city of Leiden. This is KLM flight 1614, 737-700 arriving from Milan. Flight time 1 hour and 18 minutes, 13-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. And there's the Queen again, coming this way. Now, at Schiphol there is always a lot to see, including this one, arriving from Warsaw, Embraer 190, flight 263, flight time 1 hour 43 minutes, 5-year-old airplane, first flight December 2018. Got some lights shining in the background. That is Shamrock, arriving from Dublin, flight 604, Corendon A350 behind it. Another polished landing. A350 on the left, Shamrock A320 on the right. Aer Lingus flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland, 1 hour and 10 minutes underway. There definitely is a lot to see here today, Lisa. You should come over sometime to check it out. The Airbus A320 is 13 years old, first flight May 2011. Next up, Corendon A350, number 7 on flight radar, 320 people are tracking it. It is arrival from Willemstad, Curaçao, world to fly. Airplane with only very subtle the word Corendon on it. 8 hours and 52 minutes on the way. The airplane is 2 years old, first flight April 2022. Doesn't it look like a predator bird? Ooh, Ricardo, thank you for the update. The A380 from Emirates is flying in the vicinity of Münster in Germany. If I recall correctly, it is expected in just over half an hour from now. Indeed, a sleek fuselage, but not a narrow body. An optical illusion. It looks sleek, but it is a big, fat, wide body. Now the A380, just to manage your expectations, will not land on the runway we are standing next to. It will land on a runway that we do have a good view on, so shouldn't be an issue. So we have the A380, and I heard Russell Crowe. Yeah. Russell Crowe also says hi, and he also says like and subscribe if you haven't already. Anyway, this was a KLM. You don't see KLM very often. Russell is being very loud, veering up and down in the tree. also was listening to the 80s and also got loud. Hey there, Kirsten. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Our next airplane to arrive is number 175, arriving from Frankfurt. 15 minutes underway. The PH-CKA. It is 7 years old and had its first flight in May 2017. And I see that the first airplane 236 right is approaching, arrival from Bill 737-700 KLM flight 1294 north of Nieuwkoop. Parallel arrivals are beginning again. Well, I say parallel, but technically it isn't, of course. In fact, the runways intersect, which is also interesting. The runways being used for arrivals are intersecting. Look on flight radar, you can see. They're weaving the airplanes so that no two airplanes are landing simultaneously. Just in case one needs to go around, you don't want them to collide. Ooh, thanks Maria. God, Air China. Huh? Taking off from Polderbaan? No, it's still taxiing. I have it still taxiing along the center runway, Maria. On flight radar. Vueling A320neo up next, flight 8353. No, Maria, it is not taking off, it is taxiing to the Polderbaan, I think. It looked like it was taxiing to the Polderbaan along the center runway. This is an A320neo arriving from Valencia. Too windy to zoom in on the dot when a landing airplane passes by. No worries, Maria, no worries. Hey, bom dia, Graziano. Good to have you back. Hope all is well. Next up is an EasyJet A320neo that is arriving from Dubrovnik. Game of Thrones Town. Let's see, flight 27906, 2 hours and 20 minutes underway. 4-year-old airplane, Austrian registered, OELSI, first flight September 2019. And let's see what else is coming in. Embraer 175 arriving from Rennes. We have the tap dancers coming. Hey, what the fudge? A380 confirmed for Kaagbaan, Mark is saying. What the fudge? Now, that's awesome. I wonder why that is the case, since you can already see that airplanes are landing on runway 36 right. 9 out of 10 times it would have been assigned to 36 right then. Yet for some reason it's not. It's coming through Kaagbaan. That is amazing news. So the A380 is coming this way. Does that also hold true for the 787-10 arriving from Jeddah, Are the Jeddah Knights also coming this way? It doesn't seem to be the case. It looks like it is flying base for 36 right, but why not? Anyway, this is KLM flight 1414 arriving from Rennes in France. 1 hour 15 minutes on the way. 6-year-old airplane, first flight October 2017. Okay, thank you QJ, Saudia to Alsmeerbaan. Next up, TAP Air Portugal, A319, arriving from Lisbon, flown by tap dancers, not pilots. Flight 668, flight time 2 hours 19 minutes as we speak. The airplane 22 years old, first flight May 2002. The airplane behind it is an A320 from Air France, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Oh, Icelandair 767 is also approaching the Dutch coast. 767s, unfortunately, all in a new livery these days and having that sterile toothpaste look. Hey Ricardo, thank you for the update. Emirates flight 147 in the vicinity of Ape. TAP Air Portugal, arriving from Lisbon. Beautiful. Right, Lisa is off again. Drive safely. See you soon. Air France flight 1640 A320 to from Paris. Coming this way. Another HEPA. Not HERPA, but HEPA. Let's see, 14-year-old airplane, first flight November 2009, 40 minutes of flight time. And it looks like we will have to wait a little bit before the next airplane arriving on Karbaan is nearby. Icelandair 500 is coming. Transavia arriving from Alicante is also coming. I'm also seeing on flight radar that the Chinese 747 appears to be lining up on Polderbaan. So after this airplane has touched down, I'm going to switch the camera, point the camera towards the Polderbaan have a quick look. China cargo 747 is expected to take off from Polderbaan next. It's lined up already. And you're right, Ricardo, the A380 from Emirates, we can see it approach. At some point it will be close by enough. Right now it is still east of Amersfoort. The 747 is on the move. Should become visible pretty soon. Taking off from Polderbaan, off to Shanghai. Yep. There it is. Air China cargo, off to Shanghai. First taxi all the way to Haarlem and then take off. Looks like the Transavia arriving from Alicante will be the first next airplane, and after that, right after that, Icelandair flight 500 arriving from Reykjavik 767-300. Chinese 747 climbing out, and we still have 3 triples left. Emirates, the latest arrival, and the 2 China Southern triples already have their hatches closed, so probably won't be too long before these airplanes are going to be pushed back as well. If I recall correctly, we did see them take off yesterday when we were standing at the Polderbaan, which was also used for departures back then. It was still taking place in the stream, so somewhere before 2 o'clock. Hey there, Rodney. Morning. Welcome back. Salim. Good afternoon. Erik asks if the KLM Queen is already here. The answer is no, not yet. It is coming though. Let's have a look on Flight Radar. They're coming. The A380 is already in Dutch airspace, and apparently it has been assigned to the Kaarbaan. KLM is flying in the vicinity of, well, Oxford or Cheltenham, Swindon, just above Swindon. Its ETA is now 1:51, and LATAM cargo, oh, that's delayed. 2:18. Well, in that case, that is going to be too late for me. I really have to wrap it up in time. Javier, the pilot flying today, was asking if I could film his arrival, and for a long time it was looking like it was. For a long time it was looking like LATAM was arriving well around 2 o'clock. 2:18. That is too late for me. So in that case, the KLM Queen will be the last airplane of the day. And it is approaching, it is above mainland Europe. This is Transavia flight 6144, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Alicante, 2 hours and 7 minutes on the way. The airplane left of it is the 767-300 from Icelandair flight 500. And Ricardo says in 5 minutes Emirates is coming. 5 more minutes. Still windy here, as you guys can hear and see. Locking the pan and tilt axis on the tripod can only do so much. Transavia flight 6144, first airplane to arrive, 737-800, arriving from Alicante. Icelandair flight 500, arriving from Reykjavik behind it, 767-300. Indeed, Frank, no Bondi Beach, but windy beach. It is significantly more windy than it was yesterday. Now, let's see, where is that A380? It's flying in the vicinity of Meidrecht. I think I should be able to see it if I know where I need to look. Well, a little bit south of the Vinkenveense Plassen, still not seeing it just yet. And we are getting the 767 ever closer by, so let's focus on it first. Icelandair flight 500 arriving from Reykjavik, 767-300. New livery. Boring. Such a waste of such a beautiful airplane to put such a bland livery on it. Let's check it out again. I think I have it. There it is. Emirates A380, flight 147. Indeed coming to the Kaagbaan. Being preceded by a couple of narrow bodies, 737-800s. And this is a good moment to turn around the camera so that the camera wires don't get tangled. 737s, 737s, 737s. Right, the number one on flight radar, tracked by no less than 1,232 people. That is insane. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai. 6 hours and 17 minutes on the way. The airplane is 9 years old. It is turning in. First flight was in February 2015. It's interesting that more than double the number of viewers of the stream are following this airplane on flight radar. What are those other people doing? Is somebody else also streaming? Are they just watching on flight radar randomly? It's a bit odd. Let's give it a little bit of digital zoom. Almost the top end 400 times. That's why it looks so pixelated, but you can see the hatches are opening. The main gear will be extending pretty soon. So once again folks, here it is, Emirates flight 147, arriving from Dubai, 6 hours 19 minutes underway. The A380, 9 years old, first flight February 2015. Still the number one on flight radar, tracked by almost 3 times as many people as there are viewers in the stream right now. Quite insane. Right, we're back in the top end of optical zoom. Slowly but surely it is coming. The king of the skies, indeed Jeff. Adios, goedemiddag. Lots of relatives of passengers, of course, JD. That's probably it. In that case, a fully booked flight. So the airplane a bit ahead of schedule. Normally speaking, it would average around 6.5 hours at this point, 10 minutes less. Maybe a different route, maybe a bit of tailwind, who knows. Almost 1,500 people are following this airplane on flight radar, 1,492, 8 more. And that's 1,500 people following this airplane on flight radar. Right, here she comes. Now the wind is blowing in our direction, so all the reverse engine noise will be blowing towards us. Should be good. Let's look and listen. Beautiful. A+ landing, if you ask me. Nice little wheelie. No reversers? Really? I'm thinking it landed with idle reversers. Ordinarily we would have heard it by now, particularly with the wind blowing it directly in our direction. I think it was an idle reverse landing. Right. We're not done yet with Quad Squad members though, folks. We still have the PH-CKA that we are expecting. Let's have a look, see where it is flying. KLM cargo 747 is now flying almost over the North Sea. Crossing the North Sea is all it needs to do. ETA 151, so 25 minutes, then it will be landing here, arrival from Bogota. If you don't have to be anywhere, worth sticking around for. Got a narrow body coming in over here first. KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Manchester. Also seeing China Airlines cargo 777 arriving from Mumbai, probably is going to land on 36 right. Jeff says, watching again, think there was idle. Yeah, I definitely did not hear anything spooling up, and we definitely would have heard it if they did. KLM flight 1032 is what we are now looking at. Arrival from Manchester, Embraer 190, 48 minutes on the way. 10-year-old airplane, first flight January 2014. Now Martin, a massive big thank you for your continued support. 8 months of membership. Thank you so much for your continued support, Martin. Hope you still like it in the lounge. Hope everything is still to your liking. Do let me know if something is no longer okay. Let me see what I can do about it then. And Mark, indeed, the KLM 747 arriving from Bogota with a white nose. Yeah. It is a little bit suspicious, isn't it? Last airplane of the day returns from Colombia with a white nose. Now in the meantime we have the, and let me turn around so that we can follow it a bit better. We have the 777 freighter over there. China Airlines. Flight 5685, number 6 on flight radar. 232 people tracking this. China Airlines cargo. 777 freighter, brand new airplane, first flight May 2024. meantime, number 175 from KLM returning from Turin, landing on 06. The next airplane to land on Kaagbaan is going to be KLM flight 1432, which is returning from Lyon. That's a 737-800. Now, this Chinese triple, I think, is also going to be parked on the north side of the Kaagbaan, together with the other Chinese triples. So we are going to see this airplane in more detail soon enough. Right now, last little bit to the Aalsmeerbaan. Not completely gone yet, but soon will be. This is the last bit, and here we're losing it until it has landed. And let's also have another look at the other cargo triples. So the two Chinese triples seem to have been fully loaded again. Okay, Infinity says that this will be parked on the right side of Kaagbaan, so on the south side at the Menzies area. Right. Michael has to get ready for work. Thank you for joining, Michael. Don't forget to check back the last airplane of the day of today's show, the KLM with the white nose returning from Colombia. And I hope to see you in the next one, Michael. Grebes obviously don't see that I am onto them, otherwise they would have dived under. They would have dived under. Keep having trouble with what the past tense of diving is. Nice little bit of the triple. Meanwhile, slowly but surely, airplanes to Kaagbaan are coming. We have 3 more narrow bodies coming in. First airplane to arrive, KLM flight 1432, arriving from Lyon. The second airplane is an EasyJet, arriving from Edinburgh. Third airplane is going to be a KLM, arriving from Barcelona. Hadi Art, goedemiddag. Red Wine Express is also coming. Air Transat as well. Three airplane glide slope shot once more. And we have 504 viewers and 507 likes, so we have more likes than viewers. Nice, thank you all so much. Liking the stream is an easy way to help promote this content to other people such as yourselves, who might also like streams like these but who haven't come across the channel yet. Hadi Mart, goedemiddag. We have a Qatar 777-300 arriving from Doha that is coming to 36 right. There's the Chinese 777 that just landed on Aalsmeerbaan. FedEx also has a 757 parked over here, but the containers and everything that is in front of it blocks our view. Just a little detail of the tail that you can see. This is EasyJet A320neo arriving from Edinburgh, 1 hour and 7 minutes on the way. A 1-year-old airplane. First flight of this one was July 2023. I think I already see the Qatar 777, which is approaching the Amsterdam. Still a bit far away. Access 28 minutes, KLM 747. Hopefully a bit less than that. And the Adler is going, or at least one of the two, I should say. So far that 777 is coming this way. Meanwhile the Qatar 777 arriving from Doha, going to Amsterdam and approaching the runway. Qatar flight 273, 777-300 5 hours 58 minutes on the way. 10-year-old airplane, A7 BAV, BAV. First flight February 2014. The wind is blowing perpendicularly to the camera orientation, so all the surface area is now battling with the wind. Makes following the airplane damn difficult, or at least following it smoothly. Well, here we have the Chinese 777 that landed on Amsterdam. Now, Infinity said it is going to be parked on the south side, so it has to cross the runway. Which it looks like it is going to do any moment now. Although there's also an E2 Embraer arriving from Nantes already, flying quite close by. Here it is. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Nantes. Whistling, whistling, whistling. Next airplane to arrive on Kagban is Air Transat A320neo arriving from Toronto. It is still a bit further out, but the triple is holding short. Schiphol isn't doing anything. It will wait until at least the A321neo from Air Transat has landed. Arriving from Toronto, Canada. Now coming this way, flight 376. 7 hours and 11 minutes underway to get from Toronto to Amsterdam. The airplane is a year old, first flight July 2023. Reversers being applied, clearly audible. Seven still isn't doing anything. Red Wine Express up next, arriving from Bordeaux. KLM flight 1442, E2 Umbrella 195. Time for another Whistler to pass us by in a moment. 1 hour and 33 minutes underway. 2-year-old baby. First flight March 2022. Hey, check it out. Pushback of one of the China Southern 777 freighters. GE90 startup indeed, Wolfgang. I'm not sure if we are going to hear anything from over here though, with the wind rumble and whatnot. I think we might. I am hearing something. Meanwhile, BA flight 434 from London Heathrow coming in. And that Chinese triple that landed on Aalsmeerban is still standing there, holding short for the runway. But indeed, as Infinity already said, probably a gap after KLM flight 1006. 2 more airplanes first coming in. Mario has to go. Mario, thank you so much for joining. Hope to see you in the next one. Take care. Now engines are starting. Flap configuration is being set, as you guys can see. And QJ says that the PH-BVD is now in the vicinity of Rotterdam. That's the SkyTeam 777 300er. Also coming to the Polderbaan, to the Kaagbaan. Keep saying Polderbaan. This is the Kaagbaan. Right, well, it won't be long before the triple is going to taxi away. Also won't be long before this triple is going to cross the runway. One more airplane coming in, and after that we have a little break. It is KLM flight 1006 which still has the straight stripe and is the previous livery of KLM. Runway should now be clear for the triple to cross it. Right, she's moving. Finally. KLM 747 arriving from Bogota with the white tipped nose is now crossing over to the mainland of the Netherlands. Long distance butt shot in the making. I see something. I think it is a departure, but just double checking. Yeah, that's a departure. Thought for a brief moment And the second 777 also now being pushed back, so they're going to take off pretty soon after one another. That is so nice. The former is now beginning its taxi by the looks of it. Flaps have been set. And here the pushback has been completed, so they're starting the engines, setting the flaps, checking the controls, and then requesting clearance. Right now, it seems that the KLM 747 is now on the downwind leg and is pretty soon going to make a left-hand turn to flight base. Looks like the PH-BVD is coming in straight. The PH-CKA probably is going to be following KLM Flight 792. Has anybody checked the runway assignment? I am assuming that the 747 has been assigned to 06 and not to a different runway. Yeah, you can already see it slowly turning in. It's going to follow the 777-300 arriving from Sao Paulo. That's going to be the number 1. I think the 747 will be number 2, and I think that the E2 is going to be number 3 or maybe 4, depending on the order. KLM Flight 1009 arriving from London Heathrow also coming this way. Kaagbaan still, thanks Paul. No holding pattern, Eric. It is turning base now. It was on the downwind leg, it is now on the base leg. It's just following the 777-300. Nothing to write home about. This is the normal traffic pattern. They always fly to, I think, Sierra Papa Lima, or at least the main platform area of Schiphol. There's also a beacon over there, and then they get vectors. And this time it is a left-hand traffic pattern with the outbound, with the turn that the Embraer 190 KLM Flight 986. If you're watching on Flight Radar, you can see it was flying to Schiphol. Now it is going to make a right-hand turn. Then it is on the downwind leg. 747 was on the base leg just now, and it is now approaching the localizer so that it can capture it, and then it is on final. Hey, Marissa back. Cool. Perfect timing. Now, I absolutely have no idea why you guys keep referring to Bosje Andijvie. I have absolutely no idea. You guys are mad, in my opinion, talking about vegetables so often. You should talk about vodka more regularly. Right, so the Chinese triples are making way. One is on the move. The other one has been on the move for a while already. Now finally ready to go towards the polder run. Two more airplanes remaining in today's stream. The first of which is a 777-300ER arriving from Sao Paulo. It is the PH-BVD. Number 5 of flight radar, tracked by 516 people. SkyTeam livery 777-300ER arriving from Sao Paulo. 10 hours, 52 minutes on the way, and we can already see the CKA behind it turning in now on the glide slope as well. These are the last two airplanes of today's show. The PH-BVD, 15 years old, first flight August 2009. The PH-CKA returning from Bogota with a white nose. Mr. Sniffles, or should we say Mrs. Sniffles, coming back. KLM flight 592. Up first, it is the PH-BVD, the SkyTeam livery 777-300ER. What a way to close the show for today. Let's look and listen. Can you see, it is a KLM, flap surfaces squeaky clean. Last airplane of the day, number 3 on flight radar, 824 people tracking it, KLM cargo, operated by Martin Air Holland, returning from Colombia, Bogota, with some kilos of cargo. 9 hours 58 minutes on the way. The PH-CKA, it is 21 years old, the first flight was in March 2003. And the Queen has a penchant for Charlie indeed. That's a very subtle way of describing it. Now, I am going to wrap up after this, so thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time and I hope you guys did too. If you haven't already, don't forget to drop another like. It's for the people who don't know the channel yet, but who, like you, might be interested in streams such as these to discover the streams more easily. Subscribe if you want to stay updated in upcoming live streams. Let's look and listen. The white tip nose has been wiped. It is a regular KLM Bluey. Suits the Queen better. Outdated flight radar picture, big surprise there. That's the first. Reversers? Question mark? They're all idle reversing. It was definitely well worth the wait if you ask me. And also a big thank you to everybody for the support, the super chats, super stickers and whatnot, gifted memberships, becoming a member, yourself, PayPal donations, merch store purchases. Channel is nothing without you guys. Thank you all so much. Now, if all's well, tomorrow I will be returning to Polderbaan. Not sure yet what kind of traffic we will be seeing, because as I showed you earlier, Windfinder is indicating wind varying between east, bit north of east, bit south of east, could go either way. But that determines whether or not the runway is going to be used for departures or arrivals. And Her Majesty taking a right to park on the south side of the platform, of the runway, I should say. Lovely headshot to end the stream with. Once again, thank you so much for joining me here today. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. Hope to see you in the next one tomorrow. Finally, a big thank you to all the moderators for today. Once again, keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. Thank you all so much. Hope to see you on the next one. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to wrap it up now. Bye for now. See you soon.